Hello, 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 hello. Oh, today we'll be continuing the mask and the Brooklet Hill hunt indeed. And nothing much is happening today. Hope you're having a good day yourself. So hello Lee, I hope you're having a good day as well. Good. That's good to hear. We are doing fine today. Renovation work is still continuing, I see. Hopefully they are done by next week. So I could be sleeping a bit better, not wake up in the morning. I'm already getting a headache from the drilling. Anyways, close out from that menu because certain Yamask a little bit close by. I didn't today switch the time to be later. I decided to be going with whatever is the actual time. So very few nighttime encounters then. It's not like it makes any kind of difference in Sword anyways. In Ultra Sun it actually does. Because Drupal switches to Surskid. Pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed. I'm not gonna be getting just to 4K, I don't think. Just gonna be missing out on it on Brooklet Hill today. Just not too surprising. Still don't really like to be getting it done. It's just, I don't know, my luck usually isn't good in Alola. That is 16k phase. Not really a phase, but hunt anyways. Still the last random encounter hunt that I've done. Yeah, today has been very quiet about the renovations that is going on upstairs, which is nice. It's still annoying. Also, I fixed the keyboard issue. And the problem there was that one program crashed and my keyboard did go with it. So I removed the program. It's unfortunate because it's the program that I'm supposed to be using for like the lights and stuff. But it doesn't work. It was just an update, so maybe when it gets fixed it's good, but for now I'm not using it. Hello, princess, how are you doing? How? I wasn't even that close. Anyways. Well, hopefully things get better indeed then. I'm not that tired today, even though I was rudely awakened by construction noises. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day indeed. I'm an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on today. Indeed. Just, you know, chilling as usual. Hello, silly Cobra. What him? Yeah, there is like a new thing, at least like this location is new for it. Come on! Dr. Neo, I couldn't avoid you. I hate these things. Almost as much as I hate Gravelers be rolling around in Legends Arceus. But anyways, yeah. It wasn't like a new pizza place. It's basically people bring their like already made pizza and it was just like reheated or like heated there or something. And it's not like that like expensive considering everything. And it's like, you know, available all day, every day, basically. The only problem with mine was that there was way too much oil. And it made it so sweet. And I didn't like it because of that. Also, I would have been preferring like that the dough would have been cooked longer. It wasn't like it was raw or anything. I just personally prefer longer cooked dough indeed. Funny thing is that it did come with like a wooden wooden knife. But I did use like, you know, our usual knives and forks. And they did have a hard time to be cutting through the dough, so I don't know how easy it would be to do with the wooden one. If the dough would be like a little bit more cooked, it would have been easier. But you know, it's okay. The good thing is that it's done in like 3 minutes, so. Also, you can choose and pay a little bit less if you want to be like heating it at home. You can be either buy it preheated or heat at home. Both are option. But to be fair, since we live so close to it, it doesn't really matter. Which way we go, indeed. And also the difference is like 30 cents anyway, so like it's not like that big of a difference. You can't be buying anything with that money. Get out. Yeah, I can get out. Nice. There we go. You know, one thing that I've been seeing stupid amount of lately, it's probably because, you know, school is starting everywhere. Even though in here they have, like, started almost a month ago. Some of them at least. It's so frustrating to be seeing, like, every, like, 3 or 4 shorts, like the one that, you know, this is in 4th grade, so people are not doing it. It's so frustrating because it's the same one, nothing ever changes. It's just like, why? And also in here, I have never heard a teacher be saying that this is not for a grade. Because in here, at least, like, how it has been working for me is that everything counts. Some more than others, but everything basically counts for the grade. Like, if you don't do your homework, you'll be getting a lower grade after a certain point, because it's not like one will be doing that much. But in the case that you're in between 2 grades, then, you know, matters there. But basically everything in here goes towards the grade, so like first of all, I don't understand it, and second of all, it's just so boring. Like, I don't understand people. To be fair, I never hated school. I never like truly liked it, but I liked it in a way that it gave me like structure in life, you know. Because I will say that I would have probably been bored when I was a kid if I wasn't going for school. Because we weren't really allowed to be playing anything. And, you know, stuff along those lines. I never mind going to school. And especially in here, it's so hilarious when people, like, are so frustrated being at school when they can be deciding where they go. Like, why did you choose a place that you don't want to do anything in? You literally have the choice. Because I don't think that I have ever heard in here anyone be going into a specific school because their parents told them to. And as I said before, thankfully you don't need to be in here be deciding what you want to do with your life when you're like 6 years old. You can do whatever, whenever. Basically. Very few things are time-based. Thankfully. Because I have noticed that basically for anything there is like a, in quotes, adult school for, indeed. And you know, you can be studying that like if you're like 60 years old, if you want to. So that's nice. It's nice indeed. Hello, Trapinch. Nice 1%. Thanks, game. I wanted more duck trios, I didn't have enough there. Appreciate it. Oh, it's kind of funny that a few companies in here, since it is, you know, warmer than usual. Like, well, it's only beginning of fall, but still. It's still warmer than usual, so like a bunch of companies are like, summer is back. No. And it's especially funny when they are like companies that don't necessarily, you know, need summer to be working as well. Oh, speaking of that, there is a new Pokestop nearby that I kind of feel like I could technically report it. Because it's for an ice cream place that is only there during summer times. And I'm pretty sure it's like against the rules, like when you submit a Pokestop. That it can be like only a certain time thing. Because that ice cream truck is, or ice cream place anyways, is only there during the summer. As it is with most of them anyways, because, you know, the place needs that space when it's like winter slash Christmas. It needs it for a Christmas tree. Like, it's literally the same spot. So like, a little bit questioning it, but sure. I could be wrong though, but I know that it's like not a all year round thing there indeed. Speaking of that, I want to be checking is the Pokestop nearby power spot. Is a Team Rocket member there instead? Same thing. Let me check out Go then. Wider. Are there any new spots? One of them did have like a day still and it's gone. Interesting. Sure. Well, because one of the power spots they did have still like a day to be until like the timer it was. Not my issue. It's just interesting. But then again, it's a new thing, so I might choose a price, not really. What new thing doesn't break in anything? There's always issues. And show your mask. Nice. I still feel like though that in this game every Pokemon should be seen at least a little bit better, like from the grass. I hate how hidden they can be. I like that they are like, you know, visible, but it's just like sometimes it's hard to be like seeing like what Pokemon it is and is there even a Pokemon. Like one Pokemon that like, because I was looking for it for a little while, that I did find surprisingly difficult was Shuckle. If it was in the wild area in the grass, like Shuckle isn't small Pokemon per se, but it is like small enough so you can't easily be seeing it. So that's actually a Doctria that I want to be encountering because it has the aura. But yeah. Little things, little things. But then again, it kind of makes sense that sometimes things are hiding, even in the visible grass. But yeah, it's interesting indeed. How some Pokemon can be hiding in the tall grass. Like they shouldn't physically be able to do that, but they still somehow do. Also, I don't know how I was managed to be doing it today, that I was able to make, since, you know, I have a rubber band on my 3DS, I was able to balance it out very nicely, that it's not like wobbly at all. I was somehow able to do that today. Because usually it is a little wobbly indeed. But you know, don't need to be caring that much about it indeed. It's another Trapinch. Today is very Trapinch filled day. It's a 1% still, as far as I'm aware of. If they haven't all of a sudden indeed be making an update into a game that they say that they are not gonna be doing any updates in. But well, that is some form of luck, I suppose. Unfortunately, this time around, my target is not a rare kind, so it doesn't really help me. It's not like I still be necessarily be going for rare targets, it's that just my targets are usually rare. For whatever reason it is indeed. Some make more sense than others, that's for sure. I've talked about it before that sometimes certain Pokemon, they are very ashamed that they are so rare. Especially when it comes down to regional forms. Because it doesn't really make for me that much sense that it's a Galarian, Farfetch'd, or Corsola, and then it's like ridiculously rare. Because isn't it supposed to be like adapting to the place and be, for that reason, like a relatively common thing? But hey, it do be what it do be. Talked about it plenty of times, and I probably will be keeping talking about it. Because I find it odd. I don't know why, but I really want to be... Like right now, I have a very much of a feeling that I would like to be doing SOS calls. Of course, you know, I'm not gonna be switching the way that I'm hunting in the middle of hunting, but... Early in the mood, and unfortunately all the things that basically I want to be doing, they would be requiring an older time, and also the problem is that indeed I kind of want too early in the game to be making anything to be working. Kind of too early indeed for that. Just still in Ultra Sun. I'm indeed in a place that I've just defeated the water trial, so not really that foreign, and the Pokemons that I want to be using, they are unlocked a little bit later on indeed. Yeah, I still feel like for me it's forever probably gonna be the case that I don't mind doing things, I don't mind doing things the way that I do them, which are not very optimized. Because, as I like to say, do hunting the way that you find it fun, and I find it fun to be doing the not so optimized way. I mean, sometimes I do be doing optimizing, like as I said before, I'm using an Illuminate Pokemon in Ultra Sun. It's kind of unnecessary, and I don't even remember if it works, like something like that in Sword and Shield. And it's not like I can be increasing the amount of visible encounters anyways. Because there's already gonna be a set amount. It's not like I can unfortunately be influencing that. So always those few spots that we'll be having them indeed. Another thing is that if I would really like to just be going for my target, I could, because it's a visible one. But as I said before, I find it so boring to be just encountering the two Pokemons. Because I like variety, and you know, facing is part of the fun for me. Facing do be part of the fun for me indeed. Hello, boosted mask. That still shouldn't be that high in numbers. I also one thing that we did kind of discover, which I kind of already knew, but I didn't know that it was to this, like this amount through, you know. It's that stores have kind of like regular, like not clothing stores, but regular like grocery stores. They have quite a boring variety of clothes. Because the options are that it's just like a plain t-shirt. It has like some sort of pattern all over it, which I'm not the biggest fan of myself into like regular day-to-day use. I find those to be like special occasion shirts for me. Or they have like... I'm not the biggest fan of like bunch of text in a t-shirt. I don't mind like a word or two, but I don't know, I haven't ever really liked that there is a bunch of text on a t-shirt. Have I wore them? Yes. I have indeed, but I'm still the biggest fan of them, but Also, we were looking at like the sale section of the store, since, you know, they are going to sell the rest of them, and then they are, you know, having new things. And there was one shirt, because it is a Moomin shirt, so it is an expensive one because of that. But the thing was that it was on the sale indeed for 31 euros. And I'm like, that's a little too steep price for me. I don't really want to be paying that much. And it was indeed one of those shirts that they did have like a bunch of text in it, and I was like, eh. So, most likely, at some point over the weekend, it doesn't really matter, is it gonna be Sunday or Saturday? I'm gonna be trying to be going into like a shopping center and see if there is, you know, anything better there. Otherwise, it's gonna be that I need to be ordering from somewhere online, which isn't a problem. But I would rather be buying like straight from the store, because it is in most cases a lot cheaper. Especially because if you know, buy them from the store, you don't need to be paying the delivery or anything like that. Also, my boyfriend received from like one place a like a discount offer thingamathing that, you know, you have a discount if you order at least a worth of 90 euros. It's like so much. And I just don't like the way it's spending too much money on clothes. It's gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be anywhere, it's gonna be thrown out in like a year or two. At least for me, if it's a t-shirt, because I do be wearing a bunch of them. Because I don't really like long sleeve shirts too much. I'd rather be having like a hoodie or something else. Because I find them a little bit easier to be removing. And you know, in the case that, you know, all of a sudden it's very warm, I want to be able to get them out. When I encounter this, I'm gonna plug in my 3DS. Here we go. What are you? Hello, Silly Cobra. What are you? Of course, my only problem of going into like actual clothing stores is that there's unfortunately gonna be people there, like pretty much all the time. It's not like I just don't like a bunch of people in a place. It's indeed an issue for me. Especially because most of the clothing stores, they are so stacked up, so like in between the racks there isn't really a space to walk in. So having a bunch of people around is making it even more uncomfortable than it already is. Hello, Dr. Trio. Time to reset these then. But a pretty decent amount of encounters I've been able to do in, like, soon to be the first hour indeed. About what I'm expecting, but still pretty decent indeed. Seems like I have been able to keep up with the hourly rate indeed. Which do be nice. But still the thing is, if I can at least in Sword be getting 100 in an hour, I'm completely happy with it. You know. Always the goal indeed is doing at least 100 in an hour, and then you know how many hours, which is usually 6 that I do, then that I can be doing. Indeed. At least be doing the same amount of hundreds as I have been houring, as I have streamed hours a day. Very nice indeed. It is a helium tile there. Still kind of one thing that I'm missing out on, both. I mean, it's a thing in Sword and Shield, I suppose, but it's not the same as it used to be, but it's definitely not a thing in Scarlet and Violet. And it's kind of hard to be implementing into Scarlet and Violet, but you know, in the older games, like if you were in a route, you could just like kind of randomly be hearing like the Pokemons that are in the route be making noises. I know it's hard to be, you know, bringing to like Scarlet and Violet, and it's only really a thing in Sword and Shield for the visible ones. But I still like it though. I still like it indeed. Like, indeed, if you're playing through, like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, for example, you can be hearing, indeed, Pokemon cries for Pokemons that are, like, in the route. I find it very nice, indeed. As I said, it's harder to be implementing in a Pokemon game that is overworld encounters, though, so, you know, they at least interact with you, you know. I like that fact, and I really hope that it's not gonna be going away. You know, Pokemon's actually interacting with you. I still don't fully like how it was done in PDSP because everything is aggressive in the Grand Underground. But apart from that, I have liked it in every game. It gives the Pokemons more personality indeed. Another thing that I have talked about a bunch of times, but I just love it so much. Absolutely love it indeed. Feels like the Pokemon world is a little bit more alive indeed. And I also hope that they will be keeping like some form of being like able to interact with your Pokemons. Even if it would be small, but I really wish that it's gonna be like a feature that is going forward to be in every game. Hoping that indeed. Yeah, indeed. Soon the first hour has passed indeed, so it means that we're gonna be heading into a break soon indeed. As usual, the break is about 3 minutes indeed, and for the time being I'll be stopping hunting indeed, so in the case that I would be finding a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it indeed. As I like to say, it's good for me to be having a little breaks, even though it would be only for a few minutes. Always good indeed. I don't know, it's cutting a little bit close. I could do 150 encounters actually in Sword if this keeps going on. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna be doing like 1 or 2 more encounters indeed, and then we do be taking a little bit of a break and continue after the break is over indeed. Indeed. Almost got you 150 encounters there, but yeah, that's in soon. I'll be getting going soon then indeed. Also, I like that it has been only an hour and Rodom is already complaining to me that I would need to be saving. He already is complaining that you need to be saving. It hasn't even been that long. I will say if it would be easier in older games be saving, I would be saving them in a lot more. It's just so hard sometimes to be saving in older games. Pokemon games thankfully haven't been too much into that you have only very like specific spots that you need to be saving at. Because I hate that saving mechanic so much. I don't think that I have ever, like when I was a kid, really be playing that many of those kinds of games. Because it's another one of those things that it is kind of going away, thankfully. But yeah, most of the time it doesn't really mean anything to be saving. If there is indeed something important that I would like to be saving, I'm gonna be saving indeed, but most of the time it's not the thing indeed. I don't know, I understand the appeal of like only having certain save points. It definitely does make like the game a lot more difficult and you need to be going through a hard section without any saving. Well, it's not really my thing. You know, I like games, even though most of the time I have enough time to be playing a bunch. I still like games that I can be saving whenever and, you know, just get out. I don't indeed be liking too many games that, you know, kind of make you be playing until a certain point. In some games it is understandable, but it's unfortunately not always done right. And if it's not, then I don't tend to be liking it that much. I will say one thing I don't like though is the games that are like all the time saving and then there is like a visual like thing on the screen that is like saying that it's saving. It thankfully isn't too many games that are always saving that again I play. I don't mind that they're like saving all the time, I just don't want to be seeing like the message all the time that it's saving indeed. Alright. At least the game saves. Thank you for the follow. Set up some things to the IC then. Yeah, I'm gonna do it off stream. It's easier. Probably will be setting it then. Need to be also figuring out the I also need to be figuring out the DA week as well. It's not necessarily true that as well, because like if you look out a power spot, it should be saying like 2 days, 1 day, or a certain amount of hours, and then it like disappears. Yeah, thanks. Have a great day at work then. And it is very buggy though, because there was one that did have like 1 day left and it did reset already. But am I too surprised? But there is indeed one power spot that it is still there, like has been like for like an entire day. So it is strange but interesting. It's another duck trio, so time to reset them then indeed. Oh, there's a helioptile there. I was trying to be like listening to like how many of them are like disappearing and appearing as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't help that much, but still. But I still think that it's a huge missed opportunity, by the way, in Scarlet and Violet, that the like there is no like teleportation like happening on the overworld. Like it would have been so cool to be seeing. Like, you know, they don't need to be disappearing forever. It's just, you know, why not? It's just so many Pokemons in Sword and Shield, like the whole like Hatrim line were like that, so it kind of feels odd that they don't do it. So I would have very much liked if that would have been a thing indeed. Like, there's the ghost disappearing and appearing. I think that I have talked about that. I like it as an idea, I just don't like that it's with too many ghost Pokemons. Because for me, not every ghost Pokemon, like, do really be doing, like, disappearing things. Quite a good amount of them do, for sure, but not all of them. By any means. And as I said, it just be making her to be seeing are they shiny or not. There we go. Oh yeah, we'll be hitting Halvold soon. Soon in the mask hunt indeed. I mean, I kind of knew that it will be happening today, but nice. Nice nonetheless indeed. I always love it. I'm trying to be encountering something and then they are just barely be moving out of the way. But it happens, indeed. There you go. Nice indeed. At least, you know, it do be giving me more encounters with Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter that much. Still, Dugtrio is not really a one that I would like to be getting. If I will be getting, I would like it to be in another game, like an older game. Alolan Dugtrio, on the other hand, I wouldn't mind to be hunting, but since it's not really an option in the wild, it's kind of hard in this game, specifically. Sword, that is. And no. It's not really that easy in Scarlet and Violet either. I mean, it's definitely like there is a spot for it, but it's not that easy, honestly. Because unfortunately in Scarlet and Violet, if it's in a Cave of Swords, it's ridiculously hard to try to be getting encounters in there. It do be indeed. Which is a little bit of a shame. Oh yeah. In Alola itself, though, I feel like, if I remember correctly, like, Diglett is quite common there, so quite likely. 100 also I've probably talked about it before, but 100 I really want to be doing in Alola is the Diglett quest. Punch. Diglett Ditto. The Ditto West Hunt indeed. Since there is, you know, Dittos that are disguised as people, then, you know, you can hunt them. Will be interesting indeed. Definitely a hunt that I will be looking forward to be doing indeed. But once again, a hunt that will be tackled on at some point. It's just, you know, one of those interesting hunts that I don't necessarily need to be doing, but you know, they do be interesting. You know, not too many people have been getting shinies that way and such, so that's kind of a reason why I'm interested in them. You know, said it before, that interesting hunts, they're nice. Like, you know, I'm gonna be doing at some point at the Lake of Rage. I will be hunting in Heart Gold or Soul Silver. Be hunting down a Gyarados, because it's a chance that you can be getting it in there. And since, you know, that place is well known for it to be having the free Gyarados, indeed. Like, surely, like, it's again a situation that I could be evolving Magikarp into a Gyarados, but finding it in the wild is cool. Still, I don't like to be evolving Pokemons to their shiny forms. I like to be finding them in the wild if it's a possibility. There is few exceptions, but mostly it's the case indeed. As I said before, I think it did start for me because I was doing like my Pokédex that way on my original Shield file that I found, you know, things in the wild indeed, as much as I could, and then only evolved. Not everything was done that way, but most things. Does it sometimes mean that it gets ages before you are gonna be getting the correct weather because you don't like to be switching the weather? Yeah. But it's not like I was like rushing to be getting a shiny charm or anything. I wasn't really too much into shiny hunting at that point anyways. Let's get out of there then. Continuing soon. Okay, fix itself. Interesting. There we go. Once you allow in things fix themselves, so you don't need to fix them. What do you... Indeed. Agreed, very nice. But yeah, indeed, if you need to be taking breaks, take breaks indeed. Always appreciate you, of course, being in here, but if you need to be taking breaks, if you need somewhere to be going, then go indeed. You know, remember every once in a while to be getting something to drink and eat and, you know, go for a little bit of walks if it is necessary indeed. Don't stay still for too long. Need to be, you know, moving indeed. Let's check out one thing as soon as I'll be getting encounter in the ultrasound. I mostly just need to be unlocking my phone. Let me think. Yeah, next week is a no-go indeed for a DA week because I need to be going watching the dogs and I have the thing on. I have a thing on Tuesday. The week after that is a maybe, but kind of maybe something else special in mind for one day in that week. Or maybe week after that I could be doing it, but we'll see. Be doing indeed a week when I have like indeed in quotes a full week. I mean, it's more like going to be actually, it is actually gonna be a full week because I'll be doing like a weekend before that and then because I will still be having like my usual 2 days off, most likely. Or the thing is that the other two are gonna be like shorter. Or two of them will be shorter indeed, but we'll see, you know. If I feel like doing like an entire week, I will be doing, but most likely I will be having an off day. At least one off day, I would like to say. Yep. Yeah, most likely the week is gonna be indeed 2 weeks from now. Specifically, like, the week for me starts on Monday, so it's gonna be... Let me double check the day.
Leave
23rd. Because as I said, I'll be doing the weekend anyways. Because the weekends are usually the days that I do DAs. It do be indeed.
Don't.
Also, one thing I probably should be doing, because, you know, since I was trying to be fixing my keyboard situation on Tuesday, that I should probably be cleaning my computer. It's maybe a little dusty. maybe just slightly. And there definitely isn't anything like cat fur or anything anywhere. That could never be a thing. It's not like the cat jumps to my computer to be getting to the bed or anything. And you know, it has been a while since I've done that. And it's a good thing to be doing every once in a while, because it's a pretty easy way to be avoiding, like, things breaking. Either the fans are blocked or there is indeed a little bit of fur in the wrong place, it heats up and does stupid and breaks everything. But yeah, I don't really know. It depends, of course, like for the A week, then do I keep the same target the entire week? Like it was the last time, I'm pretty sure. That it's gonna be interesting to see how much progress I can be making. There might be a day or two that I might be doing like completely just like doing them randomly, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't really mind doing random ones. The only problem that I have with the random ones is that of course you don't know who is the legendary or ultra beast, whatever my thing. So that's my only issue. Like, you know, you can't be really building things for it, so it's a little bit unlikely to be getting, you know, things there done. But we'll see. Maybe I could be doing like fuel, if indeed I would be finding it right now. The target is Lunala. Maybe you know that way, try to be finding one of the Chapus if like another one doesn't appear. Still hoping that it would be anything but Feeny, because I do be having it on my other Switch, so I can be getting that from there. But I mean, I'm gonna be taking it if it shows up. But if I find another Chapu, I'll be replacing it. We'll see indeed. Oh, another boosted mask. Nice. Oh, that's a little bit better. Let's respawn then indeed. I will say though, one thing that I'm quite glad about, since they did like, in quotes, be remaking like some of the Pokemon cries, once they did do that a long time ago, is that I'm glad that more Pokemons did get like a unique cry from there, or at least they don't, you know, sound the same. You know, it's still probably one of the more hilarious things that Paris and Mewtwo have the same cry. I mean, they are like different pitch and everything, and you know that there is a difference, but it is still funny to think about. But I suppose that explains why Paris is such a powerful Pokemon in Legends Arceus. But they did used to be having basically the same cry. They're a little bit more different now, thankfully. Thankfully indeed, so they're a lot nicer for that indeed. Whatever. I understand that for so many people it is kind of unfortunate that they need to like change the cries from the like original cries, but I can get it, but I also like that it's easier to be telling a difference between like Rhyhorn and Charizard. Or other Pokemons that, you know, have almost, if not completely, identical cries. But then again, you know, there was limitations, so like it's nothing against that. I understand, you know, you have only limited amount of space, so you know you need to be making cuts somewhere. But yeah. Oh. Hello. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Things, you know, they do be getting better over time. And that dude is breaking the mold. How dare you? Be wasting my time with that. It's not like, you know, it could be doing too much to me anyways. At least I doubt that it can. I would say one Pokemon that I have never really understood the type for, because I don't think that the secondary typing is too necessary. It's Nincada. Like, why is it the crown type? Like, It's not like it gets anything from it, really, and it just doesn't make the most amount of sense. But it do be creating an interesting thing that it is a crown type and then it goes to the sky when it evolves, I suppose. But like... why? Why? I don't get it. It's just like... it could have been, unless it's just bug. I mean, I suppose they didn't just want to be doing another, like, just bug Pokemon. Which is, you know, fair enough, but... you know, it's one of those situations where a pure of something would have been better. Because I like pure types for Pokemons. Because, you know, not every Pokemon fits to be having a secondary typing. Because they are just like that type that they are. But I suppose that's the reason why, like, there is so many, like, kind of random... there's so many that kind of random normal types nowadays. I don't mind it. It's nice and understandable, but I would have been fine without it indeed as well. I mean, I did say, like, I think it was this week, anyways, recently, that it would be interesting to be seeing if every Pokemon would be getting either a normal or a ghost type added to them, like, no matter what. Oh, Duck Trio. Probably an Axew, yeah. But it's not like I would have been having enough time to be packing up from there. No! It's breaking the mold again! Not my poor Shatterbot. Runerigus indeed. Also, I don't know why I find it so interesting that... I don't know if I say it correctly, but at least I don't struggle, like, saying Runerigus. Because I know that it's one of those Pokemon names that people tend to be struggling saying, because... it's, like, for whatever reason, kind of complicated. To be fair, there is few Pokemons that I don't know how to be saying, and, you know, it's completely fine with me, and... I feel like for everyone there is at least one Pokemon name that they struggle with. To be fair, there is quite a good amount of, at least I feel like just characters in games. Some even in Pokemon that I feel like I'm not pronouncing. even close to being correct, but I just don't really care. You know, I have accepted that, you know, I'm a human, I make mistakes. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it, indeed. As I said before, honestly, even though some mistakes they are frustrating, of course, to be making, but I prefer making mistakes. There's some things that I would like to be doing perfectly, and if it is, in quotes, important enough, then I most likely will be doing something to be making it happening, but I feel like it's one of those things that if I would like to be making everything perfect, it would be making whatever I'm doing to be like more stressful and, you know, not an enjoyable thing. I know I've like when I was younger I was definitely trying to be making things more perfect than I'm now. I'm like, whatever. You know, kind of, if it works, it works. I talked about it like this week again that like I don't really care to be making everything like in games the most optimal, because for me it kind of ruins the fun if I'm like spending like 10 hours trying to be making something perfect, you know. Alright, if you enjoy. But then again, you know, I feel like for most things in games, I rather just be doing like a simple thing first. And if it's like easy enough to be updating at some point, I just update it to be more better. Like later. Like in the case in games you need to be farming things very early on, just do like some sort of thing and then, you know, make it better. Because most games be working like that anyways, that in the beginning you can be just doing a basic version of it and then like later down the line you can be making it more complicated. Thankfully, for quite a good amount of games, there is indeed a bunch of ways to be playing. So most likely, everyone can be enjoying it indeed. Nice. But yeah, indeed, yet another hour has passed soon indeed. So, you know, yet another break time soon indeed as well. Another 1% revenge. It would be so hilarious if the 1% Trapinch decides to be the first shiny still. Like, just imagine. Imagine that a 1% spawn in this game is the first shiny I get. Meanwhile, I'm literally looking for the most common thing in this route, which is your mask. I mean, it's target, you know, I'm looking for a few other things. But, you know, I get them. If I don't, you know, if I want to, I can always be hunting them later. It's not like I wouldn't be hunting down another Yamask at some point. Depends on how fast this goes. Do I go, like, in quotes immediately to the other one, or do I do, like, with Farfetch that I'm taking a break? I mean, it's mostly because the dude did take a little while to be deciding to be there. Well, you know, it's a 5%, so, you know, I was expecting it, but it'd be what we indeed. Hello, your mask. No, I squished in Duck Trio again. Oh, jeez. I love the silly game and its silly Pokemons. I don't do again like one or two more encounters and indeed I'll leave it there and continue after the break is done indeed. Depending on of course how long does it take to be getting the encounters. I'll leave Psyduck there then. Encounter this Yamask and leave it there indeed. Continuing the hunting after the break is done. Getting going soon indeed. Let's run away then. Getting to doing the encounters once again. What dice? Yeah, soon 300 checks already. Yeah. And sword. And all I need. It feels strange, but it is indeed the case that like it's not that far away that I hit 200 on the other game. Okay, sure. Very nice, very good indeed. Because I'm able to honestly be doing quite a bit, like quite a close to the like 100 checks in the low lights, like 80, 75 maybe, which is all things considered quite close. Because you know that's a very good amount if you ask me for that game indeed. Very good, very nice indeed. Oh jeez. Encounters be flying today, that's for sure. You gotta love those days. Encounters just start flying through. Then again, for as it is with most things, if you don't think about it, it's going by a lot faster. Even though it wasn't really true yesterday, I feel like. But it could be something to do that I'm so used to like streaming, so if I'm having an off day, then if I don't do too many things, then you know, it kind of feels like it's slow. Because yesterday it was like 7 PM or something like that, and I was like, how is it only 7 PM? I feel like, you know, the day has been going forever. And I was like, huh, okay, sure. I mean, I did have indeed yesterday like quite a chill day, honestly. I didn't really do that much. It was like a surprisingly chill day, honestly, for me. Because usually, you know, we have something at least be doing on my off days. That's why I have my off days, because I have other things to be doing. It was like surprisingly, you know, nice indeed. Surprisingly indeed. As I said, most likely on whichever day it is over the weekend, gonna be my off day. It's gonna be shopping day. I'll be seeing if there's any clothes in the like stores. If not, then online is the only option then. Because indeed, the kind of t-shirts that I'm kind of looking for is that it just has like a funny picture or some kind of a picture just kind of in the middle of the shirt. And that's it. But unfortunately, you can't really be finding it on anywhere but kids section on the stores. At least, like, you know, regular stores indeed. That's why we're looking for like actual clothes in clothing stores, clothes stores, whatever my things. Because they might have them. Also, I wasn't really keen into looking at the clothes at that store because I understand that it's not like their main focus, of course, like being organized with the clothes. But still, like, some of them were like so out there. I mean, it's most likely thanks to, you know, other customers, you know, putting them in another spot, you know. But, you know, in regular old, like, grocery stores that do be having a clothes section there, then they don't have time to be checking on them that often. Trust me, I had worked in one of them. They don't have time for it, you know. It's not like it's that bad that the clothing section is a little bit off compared to, like, you know, food being sorted out if it's out of date. But it do be what it do be. Unfortunately for my thing, seems like it always is with clothes, is that I'm always looking for clothes at the wrong time of the year. So, you know, kind of like now the t-shirt season is indeed over, so, you know, right now I'm looking for t-shirts. And stuff along those. Like, I'm always looking for clothes in the wrong season. Shoes are, I feel like they're always kind of a trouble to be finding the kinds of shoes that I like. Like, no matter the time of year. I guess I will still say that I absolutely hate that I need to be getting such a high heel or whatever my thing. Most of the time, I don't like it at all. Try to be kind of close to the ground as possible, as long as there, you know, is something between, you know, me and the crowd. There we go. Life would be so much easier when it comes down to clothes if you would be the type of person that would be following like fashion trends. Because the kinds of clothes that are like trending, of course you can be finding them, but I don't really care myself. Because I just like to be wearing something that I'm comfortable in, and that's usually not something that is in style. Yep. To be what it do be indeed. Always a struggle. Also, I'm gonna be encountering the duck trio because I did just notice that it has an aura around it.
That's it.
I will say still one thing I would be wishing, even though it's better nowadays, but I would be wishing it would be even better, is that there would be better options for either like on the small size or the larger size. There is good enough options, but sometimes it's not enough. It's getting better indeed, but yeah. I kind of understand that for like cheap things you can't be making too large things because it's just gonna be more expensive because you use more fabric. But I still feel like, you know, there should be. But as I said, it's definitely better. It's definitely better what it has been. Like in the like 10-15 years ago. Because in here we don't really have that many stores that are either meant for like very small or very large people. We have very few, but they are very specific than what they sell as well. So, you know, it's not usually everyday clothes. They're usually fancier clothes. Which is of course a good thing. Because geez, is it sometimes annoying to be finding good clothes. Because like I don't like to be dressed up fancy and everything. It's not my thing and probably will never be. But you know, in those situations where you would need to be having like a dress or like something, you know, better than what you normally wear. It's nice. Another trap inch. I'm still afraid that it's gonna be green first than anything else. And it's definitely the one that I'm gonna be encountering the least. Out of the visible ones. What it do be what it do be. I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Hopefully indeed. And remember, progress is progress no matter what. Just do the amount that you can and continue hunting some other day. Because still, thankfully, it's the case that most things aren't that restricted on time. Some things are, but as I like to say, they are usually then having higher odds to be fighting the shiny anyways. Which I like. Because, you know, if it's something special, it's nice that, you know, more people can be getting it. At least, you know, it's more likely that more people will be getting it. It's shiny hunting. It's never guaranteed to be getting what you're looking for. Even though it should be, like, basically guaranteed. It is what it is indeed sometimes, you know. You just get unlucky and it is what it is. Can be discouraging for sure. But if you are willing to be putting enough time, then it'll eventually be there. It is unfortunate that for some things you can't really be changing methods, at least that consistently. Because, like, it's quite a good amount of, like, if you're going for legendaries, there is, of course, soft resets, there is Dynamax Adventures, and sometimes Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is the best odds-wise, but... I will still say that I'm... No, I don't like to be spending money on things that I can be getting somewhere else for free. Nothing wrong with it indeed, but... I rather not. If I spend money on something, I rather it be guaranteed. And not a chance. Oh, you know, and speaking of Pokemon Go, one Pokemon that I'm kind of interested to be seeing, do they do like for each that it's only available in some places? Since they did do it for its counterpart. It's gonna be Ice Cube. Because Ice Cube would be actually one of those Pokemons that it would be making sense to be locking to like colder places. It could be that it's only available in one place, but I feel like I don't know how many people would be playing in those areas that, you know, an actual penguin would be appearing in. I don't feel like there is too many places like that when it comes down to Pokemon Go. I mean, I don't know. Could be. Because they did do it with Sojourner, indeed, that it's only available in certain places. Maybe, maybe not. I'm definitely not saying this because I hope that if it is gonna be like locked into specific like places, I really hope that I can be getting it because I do be liking Ice Cube. And I feel like Finland could be considered to be a cold place. If not like the part that I'm living in, then a little bit north would definitely be counting for it. I'm gonna continue soon. There we go. It's not like I have a shiny ice cube on or anything, no. Couldn't be me. I have it on my original shield file indeed. I kind of like how it looks in Scarlet and Violet, but at the same time not really. For me, like shiny ice cube in Scarlet and Violet, it looks a little like too vibrant. I don't know, I kind of like the idea that the ice cube would be like kind of faded color instead. It's just, I don't know, looks a little too bright. I don't have one there, but I've seen some other people be getting it indeed. There we go. Let me move the 3DS a little bit more center, even though it's gonna be keeping moving. Gonna be notching it indeed. Also soon it's gonna be starting to be sunset time on the Ultra Sun indeed. It's getting soon to be 5 PM, so that's when it starts. So prepare for yellow water. Nice. Nice indeed. Yeah, it is a duck trio. Oh yeah, you can already start to kind of see that it's soon gonna be switching because the watercolor is getting a little bit lighter. At least it should be changing soon. It's usually a little bit before it hits, indeed. A little bit before it hits 5 p.m. it starts to be yellow. Yeah, there we go. And also, soon it's gonna be raining there for an hour and then it's done. Also, one thing is always funny when you personally be or not discovering, but understand things in games. So your playing experience can be better after years and years of playing. Or you like start to like you knew that something existed, but you just didn't know how to be doing it. Because I will say, like, tutorials are great and everything, but also they are not always the best and don't really work that well. Like, surely, most of the time they do, but you know, there is things like updates happening, they are breaking things. Maybe they didn't tell you that they are actually like modding a game one way or another to actually be having that feature. Because that's like one of the most frustrating things. And it comes down to any game that you try to be like doing things and then like you watch a tutorial and they don't say that it is like they have like a certain mod on it, so like it makes it work. Like if you're just playing the plain game, then you know it doesn't work. Also, that kind of reminds me that I remember, like, since you know Minecraft has nowadays a lot more like wars and stuff. It's so fun to be seeing that some of the quite old mod packs that you know are now working in the newer versions. They have like 2 of the same war there. And then when you need to write mods one in order to be crafting something, it's annoying. I will say though, nowadays most of the mod packs that do be doing that, they are like making sure that you can be making a recipe, you know? They do be indeed. Which is very nice indeed. What are you? It do be what it do be. Also, another thing that I don't like about when it comes indeed down to Minecraft is that sometimes some mod packs are only available in very old versions. I've talked about this before, definitely. And it's like nowadays it's so annoying to be trying to be making like very old Minecraft version work. Because for whatever reason, like, sounds don't work on very old versions. Which is a shame, but you know, things, they do be changing indeed, so you know, understandable, but it still doesn't make it any less sad. Which is kind of a thing that I would personally like to be playing like older versions of Minecraft, like just to be checking out what it was like then. Because, you know, I did play back in the day. A long time ago indeed, but it is impossible because the sounds are broken. It's not impossible because the sounds are broken, but it's just like... It is kind of hard for me to be playing Minecraft without sounds. And you know, it is unfortunate, but as I like to say, at least Minecraft gives you the option to be playing earlier versions of the game. Unlike some other games. Like if there was a version that you would be preferring to be playing, but you know, it is forced to be updated, then it is unfortunate that you can be playing like a previous version of the game. Thankfully, Pokemon can't be falling for that too much, because, you know, most of the time, at least the main series Pokemon games, you know, once they are out, they don't really change. You know, main things are not gonna be changing, but, you know, the DLCs might be added and stuff along those lines. But like, most of the time the battling department doesn't change that much. Again, like, there might be some fixes being done, but, you know, that's a good thing. Like, could you imagine if you could still nowadays be getting an infinite battle between two Wobbuffets that are holding into leftovers? Could you imagine that? That would still be a thing. Funny things indeed. I mean, I will still say that there is, for me, even though I didn't use them as much, and I don't still be using them too much, there is always a certain charm into old games having the bug mess as they do. Because nowadays, especially if it's relatively popular game and it's gonna be getting updates, there isn't gonna be that many. I will say that some of them will be like left in as like a feature later on down the line. As I've talked about it before, that is a thing that I absolutely love. To be making something out of a bug. Just leave it out there. I like it. Because if it's not like game breaking, does it really matter? If it's just a, you know, funny little thing that you can be doing. If it is the case that you can control it. If it like just randomly happens, then it's very frustrating. But if it's something that you can control and it's like a funny thing, then, you know, I don't mind. I don't mind indeed. Oh. Was close enough to you. Okay. Oh, my rectus. What if Maractus would be getting a Mega Evolution? Would it be going a basic route, just growing into a taller cactus or a different shaped cactus? Or would it be going more into the realm that it would be getting like music elements to it, since, you know, it has Pokédex entries that, you know, it do be doing music. It could be quite interesting to be seeing for sure. Hmm. It could be quite interesting to be seeing. If it does get a different typing, I either wish... Depends on what way it goes. If it goes to be like just like a bigger or differently shaped cactus, I hope that it gains water type. Because of, you know, since cactus can be having fruit. So... And like water type for those. If it goes into the music route, usually normal type is tied with, you know, sound. Either that or fairy. In the thing that it would be dancing. Maybe even psychic could be working if it's like summoning like a rain. Or something like that. Like, what instead of, you know, Maractus having Storm Drain as its ability, but if it's Mega, it would be having like Drizzle or something like that. That, you know, it could be then bringing to the harsh environments that it usually is found in water. Would it be making too much sense? Most likely not, but it'd be interesting. Or it could be having like some sort of ability that it makes like music slash healing moves to be doing more, or sound-based moves, I suppose. But yeah, that could be interesting. Because it is indeed one of those Pokemons that, in my opinion, definitely do be deserving to be getting something. You know, something to be remembered for a little bit better from most of, you know, Pokemon players. But I will still say that for me it's so stupid when it comes down to anything to be making like a list. That these are like forgettable things, but the problem is that the more and more like people are making forgettable lists of things, the Pokemons in this case, they are gonna be remembered because they are forgotten a bunch. Which I guess could sometimes be the idea, but then they can't really be the most forgettable Pokemon. If, you know, it's always like talked about a bunch that this is the most forgettable Pokemon. That's why I think, like, in case of Pokemons, more like the word overlooked would be a little bit better than forgotten. Like, you know, maybe two Pokemons did have kind of the same idea behind them, and one is more remembered and then the other. Because it happens. Overlooked, overshadowed, something. But I feel like Forgotten is kind of one of those things that you can't be saying that something is forgotten or forgettable. Because, as I said, if you're talking about it, it is gonna be making it less like it. It's a forever loop. It's forever loop indeed. But yeah. Interesting. Another thing that I feel like is, especially again when it comes down to Pokemon and specifically like certain Pokemons, that when they are said that this Pokemon has an underrated shiny. Because I feel like some Pokemons that they just kind of like people are just saying it just to be saying it. Because I've talked about it before that Heatmore is one of the greatest examples. I hear all the time that people are saying that it's underrated shiny. So how can it be underrated if it is always said that it is? But then again, you know, it is one of those kind of opinion-based things, I suppose, so... Yeah. I hear, like, a bunch of people be saying that, you know, Heat More is a nice shiny and everything, and they like them, so... Eh. I would like to say that Heatmore probably was underrated shiny like few years ago, but like especially like recently it's definitely not. It's definitely a Pokemon that you don't see too often, that's like for sure, but you know, it and Durant are kind of a rare Pokemon to be seen in most places. So there is that. So yeah, it's interesting. It do be interesting indeed. Did we once again be fighting the mask spot? Not anymore at least. Sad. No. Your mask spot indeed. At least not for now today. Oh. Need to be putting my sound settings higher. I think I'll see where we are at when I hit 2,500 on your mask. See what time it is then. Probably gonna be maybe 4 hours, maybe a little bit more than at that point. I mean, most likely it's gonna be a little bit more at that point, but yeah. See from there how am I feeling, and do I wish to be going for more? I feel like that is indeed at least a nice one to try to be hitting. It's again kind of a situation that I would like to be getting as close as I can to 4K in the case of the Ultra Sun, but might be a little bit too far-fetched. But most likely I will be putting Ultra Sun into a situation that next time I'll be doing something in there, it's gonna be hitting... It's gonna be hitting indeed the... Indeed odds, if it is necessary, of course. I think that point will be reached, but we'll see. It's either gonna be that I hit it, or it's gonna be very close that, I don't know, next time I will be hitting it. But of course, as usual, not gonna be pushing myself, just doing the amount that I'm willing to be doing, and that is good enough. It's good enough indeed. Oh, yeah, one thing that is kind of surprising to me this year is that how fast, like, leaves are falling, considering that it is still, like, relatively warm in here. There was a few colder days, so that is probably the reason why, but... surprisingly amount. And like this point. Like, it is usually the case that we would need to be waiting at least at the end of September to be seeing this much, but... I mean, it's not like it's huge amounts, but it's like more than usual, I feel like. It's still, though, very nice. I like, indeed, myself, the thing that, you know, leaves change color. I don't like that much that they're falling, but I know why it is doing that, but... if they could be changing without, you know, falling down, it would be nice. But I understand that, you know, trees, they need to be able to survive the winter. They need to, indeed. It's just, I personally just don't like when, you know, it is winter and then, you know, in quite a good amount of trees there is no leaves. And, you know, when in the spring they start to be getting them. I only really like trees when they're, like, fully on the leaves, indeed. I don't know. It's something that I'm used to. I'm kind of thankful that, you know, live in a place right now, so I don't need to be, you know, cleaning them yet. I have done it few times. I say few times, like I've done it in quite a good amount of times, like for years. I think I have done it like all together maybe for 5 years when I was growing up, and we did live in a place that, you know, you could even be doing it in. I guess usually in apartment buildings it's not your it's not your thing to be taking care of it. But I didn't mind it. And it's not really a thing in here that you would be like jumping into the leaf piles. Could be because we didn't get that many that it would be more or less safe to be doing it, because it's not really the safest thing. And also the thing is as well, if you are like try to be cleaning them up, I don't really understand why you want to be making a mess. Seems like not a smart choice. Seems like it indeed. What are you? I know some people like burn the leaves that they are like collecting from there. If I remember correctly, what we did do, we did put it like into the like outdoor like composter or something like that. And, you know, let it be there. Well, it has been indeed quite a good amount of years. I don't remember what did we do in the place that I was born in. I don't remember what we did do there with them. Probably just throw them away. But then again, in there we didn't really have that many trees that would be leaving their leaves. In there we did have mostly trees that, you know, didn't really do anything. They just were the same looks the entire year around. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna be heading into an ad break soon indeed. Be doing a few more encounters, and as usual I'll be stopping the hunting indeed while they are going, so in the case of a shiny you're not gonna be missing out on it. But after that we'll be continuing indeed. About 3 minutes as usually. Indeed. It's a duck trio. I didn't see anything. I'll leave these here. Continue after the break is done indeed. Be getting going soon indeed. Soon over indeed. Nice, my clock is almost charged, sure. Whatever my thing. A watch, I suppose. Works as well. There we go. Nice indeed. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Today is indeed going, like, I suppose because I'm not really paying attention to them, or I'm just getting, like, nice and lucky with encounters, but I'm getting, like, almost every single time 150 encounters in Sword. It's insane. I don't mind it, but I mean, I'm also not too used to it. I feel strange. Feel strange indeed. about half an hour or so, we're gonna be saying goodbye, unfortunately, once again to Fighters, and we'll be seeing Surskits instead. Unfortunately in that way, because Fighter is the main target, but honestly I don't, as I said, I don't really care whichever one it is the one that I'm going with, but it's definitely the one that I would like to be getting the most. It do be indeed. No, don't have too many Fighters myself, shiny wise. Don't get them too many times indeed. Even though they have been nicely available in games, it's just... I mean, in Sword and Shield, I suppose it's not really hard, but it is kind of out of your way to be getting Fighters. I reckon it is definitely easier to be seeing in a bunch of different places, but Fighter is still okay. It's definitely not the worst. Definitely not the worst indeed. Surskit would be another one that... I suppose it's the case that the ones that I want the most are the ones that do be switching depending on is it daytime or nighttime. Surskit just because I want to be getting one and nicknaming Stickbug, because it's still reminding me of that. It's still reminding me of that Stickbug thing indeed. So I want to be getting one and nicknaming that. Yeah, I didn't think that there would be a world where I wouldn't be encountering that. It seemed to be in the minds that this Maractus want to be getting encountered. Even though I always will be preferring to be encountering the ones that are the furthest away, because, as I said, it do be giving me more chances than the dudes on the other patch of grass or despawning and spawning into maybe a new Pokemon. I suppose because I'm doing another hunt, it's not gonna be like any faster, and I don't know if it would be even working. Because I was kind of thinking, like, would it be faster to be like opening and closing the camp? But I don't know if it does get rid of spawns or not. I have never really tested it out for that, because most places that I do be doing the camping are locations where it doesn't matter. And if I'm on camp, I usually will be try to be getting curry encounters. Just because I can. Just because I can. Still a hunt that I would need to be doing at some point, or continue. I have already started it on my own, but I would need to complete it. It's one of those things that you can't really be changing the odds by having a shiny charm either. But it's definitely an interesting way to do a hunt. I still don't think that I can be bothered to be making the perfect curry, you know, but be making the second best. At least, so that's good. Also, I love the addition on your birthday. There is like a little birthday candle. It's very cool. Does it need to be there? No. Does it make sense? Also, no. But it's a nice little touch nonetheless. It's a nice little touch nonetheless, indeed. It is unfortunately in this game the closest thing that we could be getting into, like, something nice and special on your birthday. Because if I remember correctly, there was also, like... There is, like, leftover data in the game that, you know... There was supposed to be, like, a birthday mark in this game as well, but it never got, like, implemented or anything. So... There's honestly so many things in this game that, like, there is left in the code, but they were never, like, put in there. We actually used... But that happens. But for me it's always so interesting that... And they're still, like, kept in the code. It could be me and it could be the way that I have been taught that, you know, if you have a code and you don't use it, you should be deleting it. Maybe, like, copy it somewhere else, so if you want to be using it somewhere else down the line, then you can. But, you know... Even though, you know, you would be commenting a line of text, it is not really too much of a risk that it would be going on, but there's, I suppose, always a chance. But that's probably why I was told that if you don't need it, delete it. And also, like, we were taught that, you know, do the code in a way that if you would be giving it to someone else, or if someone else is gonna be using it later down the line, they would be able to understand. So, you know, for that it's also a good thing to be removing unused things. Because at least that removes, you know, that confusion. Which is nice. Very nice indeed. I haven't yet been in a situation where I would have been using someone else's code or anything like that. Or, like, you know, something has already been coded but I need to be, like, recoding it or fix it or something like that. That I already didn't know a bunch about. Because there has been, like, a school project, there was a situation that someone needed my help on the project. because they didn't get something to be working, but I already kind of knew how it worked because we were discussing it already. Like how we want the thing to be working. So yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting indeed. And that one day will be a thing that I'm gonna be experiencing. Experiencing indeed. Wags. A bunch indeed. Bunch of wags there. No, there is a better... There's a better fishing spot there. Because it has like the rebels around it, it's a better fishing spot. You'll get like rarer things from there. There's more chance for a Feebas, for example, in that spot right now. Unfortunately, once you found ones will be fishing in it, then you know, it's the boost is gone. But it definitely helps out if you're going for something that is rare in the normal spots, because usually it means that the rarer things are more common if it's having the special like thing around it indeed. Not always, but Most of the time, indeed. It's always interesting to be seeing, by the way, on the last like 5 minutes, how many new buyers in this case want to be showing up. You know, when it's gonna be the actual last 2-biter that I'll be seeing for the day. Or encountering. Because I feel like we have been getting a little bit unlucky in that department. That, you know, on the last few minutes there hasn't been too many dupiters. It's not like it's an issue or anything, it's just a little unfortunate that, you know, the dude doesn't want to be showing up when it can. Then again, I suppose I have been kind of using my luck on the Surskate a little bit because I might have been getting it a few times in a row. The one time, like a week ago. Maybe a few times. I mean, it is, you know, one of the more common things, but still. Is that a trap inch, I see? Interesting. Interesting. Another trap inch. Let's run away. I like this Maractus. Just spawned quite far away. But yeah. Hopefully everyone is still having a good day today, and if not, hopefully things can be turning to be better. Indeed, I still do be appreciating you, of course, sticking around in here. If you need to indeed take breaks, get something to drink, something to eat. Go for a little bit of a walk, indeed, if it is seeming to be necessary. It would be important to be taking breaks. So I would should just take in them indeed. That's why it is good that I'll be having like 3-minute break every hour or so indeed. It's not much, but you know, it is enough for me. If I need to, you know, I'll be taking bigger breaks and you know, I don't indeed be hunting that much off stream right now, so not getting really bored of it or anything. But indeed. It also seems like this, like today, the last 5 minutes seems to be a little bit on the lucky side with Dew Fighters. It would be always hilarious to be seeing Dew Biter, the last Dew Biter that can be appearing is a Dew Biter. Indeed. And then the first of the fully nighttime ones would be Surskid, so they would be like literally like nicely flipping. Maybe. Potential do be there indeed. Potential do be there indeed. This could be the last tube wider. It is 6 p.m. So next one could be a Surskid. There's potential. Let's see. Let's see then indeed. Oh. Rapinch. It's a Poliwag. But yeah, we should be able to see from here on out for the rest of the day. We should be able to see Surskits though. Because it's not even raining anymore. We'll see, we'll see. One will be finding its way eventually. But the game is feeling today that today is a Poliwag day. Game is really feeling like being a Poliwag day indeed.
Hey, Devon.
Seems like we are gonna be in this spot for a little while. Seems like that indeed. There is the Surskid. Didn't take too long to be appearing. So we're moving out from there as well, I see. It is a duck trio. There is the Surskid. Indeed. We're seeing quite a good amount of them indeed from here on out. I would like to say if Surskid is not all of a sudden the rarest thing possible. Not a Surskid. No. More Poliwags. Oh. I honestly thought it would be disappearing. I knew that it did appear just a moment ago, but sometimes they are in and out so quickly. So I was kind of assuming that it would be going away, but I mean, I did get a boosted Heliop tile, so that's nice. It's very nice indeed.
I'm probably always.
I mean, I was kind of thinking because, like, considering how things are gonna be going, like, this month. I suppose if I get the Pumpkaboo this year quickly, I could be continuing the mask, and it's also kind of fitting because, you know, Ghosty Ghost. It's kind of fitting for the Ghosty Ghost indeed.
Good to go. So let's see. Again. Solid.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
That's a-
Yeah, based on the rate that things are going, I will be hitting in the 2500, which is kind of like a checkpoint for me today to be hitting indeed in a little bit over 4 hours. Which is nice indeed. Oh, it is another Heliop tile there. Go ahead and despawn them. Don't think that this is far enough, but this for sure is indeed. moving things about a little bit. There we go. Getting in the position that is a little bit more comfortable. Okay, it's annoying when it's just this one over here that is one that I want to encounter, because then most likely I will be first encountering one or the other of those. But I try to be running to the ledge so that I can be getting most likely safely down. Safely in this case means that I'm not gonna be getting encounters that I don't really want. Nice indeed. I still feel like, though, in Pokemon, when, you know, Pokemon they do be having their names. I don't really like if they are too close together to each other. I don't really like that indeed. I mean, of course it's like making sense, I suppose, but I like when they are like, they can be similar, but they are like still like easily to be remembering which one is which. Because I know that bunch of people are struggling with Helioptile and Heliolisk, which one is which. Because if you ask me, both of them could be having either's name and, you know, they are working still. It's just unfortunate when Pokemon names aren't like easily rememberable which one is which of the evolutionary line. But then again, you know, I suppose there is only so many names that Pokemons can be having. I suppose that's the case indeed. What are you? But then again, it's always interesting to think about when, like, it is said that there is infinite amount of options for this and that. Like, how untrue it is. Because for most things, as random as they are, there is still a limit. Because at some point, the computing power is not gonna be doing anything. Or just there isn't enough computing power. That's why in very rare situations there is like actually like true like infinite amount of things. Like surely you can be saying that there is, but there is still technically an end somewhere for everything. Even though it would be nowhere to be seen or not easy to be countable indeed. Most of the time there is a limit. Because I have not really played a game ever, even though it is said that it's, you know, infinite, that it actually would be infinite. Because most likely, if you go far enough away, things are starting to be repeating themselves. And also, you know, whatever console, computer you're playing things with, if it's infinite, you're gonna be running out of space at some point for the game to be loading anything new. Because most of the time, you know, it's on your computer or devices, and anyways that it is stored what you have been doing in the game indeed. It's unfortunate, but if it's not an online game in this situation, it is kind of hard to be avoided. It's kind of hard to be avoiding indeed. Maybe one day. One can hope. Things can be random, but it doesn't mean that they are infinite indeed. There we go. Let's run away. Almost every single one of these was a mask. Nice indeed. I sex you. No, thank you. It's really interesting indeed. But yeah, yet another hour has passed so soon-ish. We're gonna be getting yet another break indeed. We will indeed. This hour seems to have been a little bit of a quieter one encounter-wise, but happens. Still pretty good though, still pretty good indeed. It's not that far behind anyways. It's by like maybe 10. So it's not that badly behind even, so it's not that bad indeed. What it do be, what it do be. Oh, hello, boosted your mask. Unfortunately, still a no from the boosted ones, but it's not like it would be having high chance anyways. The only Pokemon that I feel like I have that has a high chance is indeed Farfetch, but yeah. But still would be kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Still would be kind of cool indeed. Let's get out of there then and respawn them indeed. There we go. I think during this break I most likely will be getting like ice or something to be making the drink be colder. So I'm definitely feeling like, you know, it's a little bit too hard for my liking right now, so hoping that, you know, drinking something cold would be helping for that. Of course, if it doesn't, then, you know, I'll be ending sooner. Ending sooner indeed if it doesn't help out, but we'll see. But yeah, a few more encounters to go on the games indeed, and then I'll be leaving them until the ads are over indeed. We doing that indeed. Not Heliop tile indeed. Go. I'm gonna try to be getting one more encounter on Ultrasun and leave it there, maybe 2 more on Sword. There is definitely Axios. I'll leave it there for now, indeed. As I said, I'm gonna be going ahead and getting some ice, so a bit of colder things to be drinking. But we'll continue after the break is over, indeed, as usual. There we go. I've acquired some ice. Was indeed a little bit of trouble getting it, but we good now. Good now indeed. Getting going soon then. Run away from these dudes already. Yeah, it is. And yeah, I wanted to be sure that it was indeed a dog trio there, and it is. So, good to go then. I'll be getting out of here once this Heliop child seems to be nothing that I want to be encountering. It turned into another Heliop child. Nice. I feel like even though I know how a shiny Maractus looks like, I feel like if it is gonna be showing itself, it's gonna be quite a surprise. Because like, it's not like it's a shiny that I necessarily be looking for. Or see that much. I know how it, as I said, I know how it looks, but I feel like it's gonna be a little bit of a shocker when it decides to be showing itself, though. It's not like I'm actively, like, seeing a picture of it or something. There we go. Nice. There is indeed the... It is 600 mark. It is indeed. Cheese. And the Yamask hunt today's happens. Happens indeed. Or Yamask. War. I find it quite funny, by the way, that if a Pokemon gets like a regional variant, then they are try to be making X Pokemon in every form. Like, why not before? Especially because most of them start like, I like this Pokemon, you know? And then I'm like, why not then? Why not then to be, you know, making it before? It, like, I don't really get it. They are always interesting because, especially if they're doing all the art themselves and, you know, explain their thought process and, you know, why they did go into the decisions that they did go to indeed. Always interesting to be seeing the creative process beneath the creation. I probably should have been encountering actually the other Helioptile first, but I already went here. Already went here. Oh no. I'm honestly surprised that Helioptiles are an curious kind. I know, I kind of would like, I could kind of see them to be the curious kind instead of just, you know, chill there. Either like that indeed. It's very interesting indeed. Gonna try to be making the... I'm trying to be making the 3DS a little bit better. Was a little too wobbly. But now it's a little bit better indeed. At least for the time being. At least indeed. But we'll see. Helioptile seems to be the one in this reset to be the one that really wants to be here. Goofy little fellow. I love it. I love the goofy little fellas indeed. I will still say though that the hands are interesting. Because as I said, it just feels like Helioptile doesn't really know what to do with its hands. I mean, to be fair, there is a very goofy animation for the evolution when it is walking. It's super, like, interesting to say the least. Like how the evolution do be, like, running. Like, why does it walk like that? Or run like that? To be more precise. It's just like, what are you doing? He wants to be a goofy little solar panel lizard. It's a thing that I probably should be doing more often. I kind of forget to do it so often that, you know, I can be showing how Pokemon should be goofy in the Crown Tundra, you know? Getting them out. Seeing how the follow animation goes. There we go. But yeah. It's a thing. Maybe at some point I'll be showing how all of them do be running. Maybe, maybe not. At least for, you know, be showing off the legendaries indeed. At least they will be shown indeed. Also, I feel like the cold drink is definitely helping. I'll be feeling a little bit better already. I can feel that I'm feeling better. A mask. Let's reset these then. Ooh, I see again a good amount of your masks. Even though last time that I did reset this, it was quite a good amount of helium tiles, but hey, even better with your masks. Jeez. Even better with your masks indeed. Here we go. It did take a while to be getting an encounter in Ultrason this time around. I think I will be going from here on out then 100 at a time, see how things go indeed. Oh, there's a mask there. Probably should be encountering it. If I can ever get out. That corner. It needs to be removed. It's causing me so many issues. And that corner specifically needs to be removed. What do you? Honestly, not too bad indeed. Might not be doing 800 checks today, might do only 750, which is still a very good amount indeed. It's just I'm not too sure do I want to be doing it or not, but we'll see. We'll see indeed. As usual, if I feel like going for more, I will be going for more. If not, then no. Because better to be resting today than be feeling even worse tomorrow. Good to be taking breaks when your body tells you to. Health, it do be important indeed.
Wait, Kayla.
Yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be getting what you're looking for or get something. But indeed, remember, progress is progress. No matter how much you can be doing, indeed. Indeed. There is not really a reason to be pushing yourself too much. Shiny hunting, I still feel like should be done more for funsies. And honestly, any kind of gaming anyways, you know. It's a different thing if it is your actual, you know, job then, of course, but still. Those kinds of people still be finding free time and chill time indeed. I know it can be hard sometimes to be just doing nothing. It definitely can be. But it's a thing that will be helping you on the long run if you don't know just how to be. It's annoying though, like, when you just want to be sometimes and then your body is like, I want to be doing 2 million things. You're like, no, I just want to be. You know, the feeling that you try to be going to sleep, but then your body is like, I'm gonna be fully awake for the next 2 hours. So you can't be sleeping. Happens indeed. Happens indeed. I think it is possible, but I'm gonna be, I think, putting that as my goal, that on Ultra Sun for Brooklet Hill I would be able to be hitting 3,775. I think that will be the goal number in there. And you know, it seems like quite possible. Without, you know, it taking that long. You never know though. If the game decides no Pokemons for you. Or if I struggle running away from them, you know. Pressing a button is kind of hard sometimes. It do be. Especially because I like to be using the touchscreen button. You know, I don't need to be bothered to be moving my cursor. That can sometimes be an absolute pain indeed. Let's run away. Indeed.
I'll see.
Also, one kind of disappointing thing that I did discover last night. Like, I was playing Minecraft once again. One thing I found so disappointing because I thought it was still working, but apparently it isn't, is that, you know, I wanted to be using boats and ice, but I wanted to be making it spawn-proofed, so carpets, because, you know, it is nether, so, you know, it doesn't matter that, you know, how much light there is.
Well, move on.
But it doesn't work. And I will also say that ice breaking sound after you have been hearing it for like 2 hours is kind of getting boring. And still, why isn't glass so easily breakable? I hate it, like... Why? That means to break glass. Minecraft glass be made out of something else because it's not getting destroyed as easily as ice. And yeah, then I decided we're going with a little bit of a different thing. So it's not that big of a deal, it's just a little annoying. I would be using snow layers if they would be preventing spawns, but in order for them to be reduced, like making spawns impossible, I need to be having 2 layers of them. If I have 2 layers of them, then I can't. Then I can be. Then I can be doing the both thing there. But then again, it makes sense that, you know, they can be spawning in 1 layer snow, because where would the mobs be spawning in snow biomes then? It's just frustrating, you know. More you know. More you know, indeed. It's gonna be a random encounter. No, it actually is the mask. I was like, not too sure that the random encounter already be going away, but it did. It did indeed. As soon as the chime starts. Indeed. On Sword. I might not be seeing any night chime encounters today. Or maybe it's indeed like 1 or 2. I'm not completely sure. It really depends. How many will be checked today? It will be depending on that as usual. Not every time needs to be seeing nighttime encounters. Even though I do be absolutely loving them to the bits. I love nighttime encounters in this game. They look so pretty. Not in here specifically, but in every other place basically. I love how they look. And sunset chime, if it wouldn't be so much of a pain to be skipping on to, I would be having a sunset chime all the time. Because it's so pretty with the pink background or purple, you know, sunset colors. It's so pretty. But, you know, I can be bothered of course every hour to be switching backwards. And I feel like the game after some point wouldn't really be liking it either. You can be going like backwards and forwards in time, the game doesn't really care about it. But I have noticed that if you do it too much, it doesn't like it. Stock trio. I feel like I might be hitting sooner the 75 than I hit 600. Interesting. Could be, could be. Jeez. Hello, Trapinch. It has been quite some time since you have last shown up, actually. Nice to be seeing you again. It has been a little while since you have decided to be here. Glad to see you, though. Very glad to see you, indeed. Very nice of you to be showing up, indeed. Another one now. First you don't see them in a while, then they show up almost back to back. Aren't you love when rare things happening quickly from another after the other? Speaking is hard. It do be. It's another Heliop child, indeed. These are interesting spawns, to say the least. They all seem to be very, like, grouped together. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Was that Trapinch? No, it was just a duck trio that... Was just a duck trio that didn't want to be burrowing. But yeah, I was kind of thinking indeed to the weekend, since, you know, DAs are in question as usual, that I may or may not be trying to be doing a little bit longer streams, like maybe 7 hours, if, you know, can be done indeed. I'm hoping that there is not gonna be like storms coming in this time around. I don't think I ever heard that any of them should be, but then again, you never know once they decide to be here. But, you know, if I can, then, you know, I will indeed. I know, you know, in the mood of doing longer ones. Weirdly enough, weirdly enough, I feel like doing like longer DA streams, even though it is gonna be like by an hour or two. Because I'm not really feeling like doing too many like 10-hour streams there indeed. It's nice, but, you know, after a while it will be getting a little bit on the boring side. It will indeed. So nice to be doing other hunts indeed. That's why I have multiple different hunts that I'll do throughout the week. Alpha Kudra DA hunting, and usually at least one other hunt. sometimes two. But you know, once those are done, then you know they are gonna be replaced with something else. That is nice to be going for and feel like going for at the time indeed. I feel like if it wouldn't be that much of a pain, I would definitely be... doing like 3DS or DS game hunts only, but it's just a pain to try to be getting the audio. This is gonna be mixed in with my microphone, unfortunately. Kind of hard to be getting it without that. But one day indeed. I might be doing one hunt like that I'll be able to be having an audio from there as well. I just personally don't really want to be having sounds from too many devices at the same time. Not a thing that I like indeed. Oh, it's boosted. It's boosted, of course it's gonna be encountered. But yeah, it seems to be the case that maybe today is gonna be just a little bit over 5 hours, but you know, as I say, it's good enough progress still. Feeling a little bit better indeed, as I said, or a lot better than I was feeling since I did ice the drink, but it's not really helping that much. Unfortunately getting a headache as well, so probably gonna be resting a little bit. It's not that bad though, but as I say, if I can be getting rid of something today and be good tomorrow, I'll always be taking that. That was a very interesting way that dog trio was forming. Like, it seemed like it was in like an angle or something like that. I mean, it kind of is, I suppose, because this is quite a not a flat area. It's quite a bit of like ups and downs indeed. But yeah. We'll see. I was kind of thinking that how, of course, depending on how things are going, but based on how they are seeming to be going right now, I might be going to the next 100s in both games. Because I'll be hitting 75 quite soon there. It might be meaning that I might be needing to be waiting a little bit in Sword, but it doesn't really matter. I'll be most likely would be need to be waiting in one game anyways. So it's not that big of a deal. Kind of used to it that, you know, once I'm closer to be done, that one of the hunts will be waited on indeed. And you never know, if I feel like going to do 50 more to be doing the 800 today on Yamask, then I'll do it. Easy as that. Or only 25, that also works. You know, the amount that will be healing indeed. But it is quite quick to be doing like 25 more in Sword though, so it's not that bad. But yeah, indeed we are kind of so be going into the territory that if I will be finding a shiny in Sword, I'll be stopping the hunting and only concentrating on Ultramoon then. But yeah, it is what it is. Doobie what it doobie indeed. It seems like we're again staying in this spot for quite some time. Seems like that's the case indeed. But yeah, in about 10 minutes or so we're gonna be having yet another break because yet another hour has passed indeed. You know, if it is indeed necessary, go ahead and get something to drink, something to eat. Go for a little bit of a walk indeed. Always recommended, and breaks are a good time to be doing that because for about 3 minutes or so I'll be having a break as well. Where I'm not hunting indeed for a little bit indeed. Psyduck. I was about to say that I'm surprised if it's not gonna be an immediate encounter with that Maractus. But it was. It was indeed. So I don't need to be surprised. I think I did hear Duck Trio somewhere, so I'm trusting that the top spawn is a Duck Trio then. So I don't really know what else could be really respawning in here, because it's not like anything is running away from me. Maybe a Celico Pro would be, but It's not like silly cobras are in here indeed. In the visible ones. We are only in the random encounters indeed. If I could be keeping it going on that one encounter at the same time per game, it would be cool. But kind of doubting it, unfortunately. Would be cool though. Maybe one day that I can be doing like, you know, like a hunt in a lowland. Doing an encounter there. It would kind of require it to be a land hunt, or I would be having Sharpedo. Either would be working. It's just basically something else that would be a faster way of checking, or like running, surfing, whatever my thing that I'm doing. But then again, Lapras to be looking cool. Lapras looking cool indeed. Oh, boosted EMS. Nice. Don't love to see a boosted EMS indeed. Oh, Dr. Makes it so much easier when you can be hearing them making the cry. To be knowing which one it is. Surprisingly. Surprisingly indeed. Makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, indeed I feel like it is definitely a possibility, at least, based on the amount of encounters I can be doing in Ultra Sun, that the next time that I'll be doing this, which is most likely on Monday. If nothing changes. That I can be hitting indeed odds in the Alola for the Brooklet Hill. In Ultra Sun specifically, even though the encounter tables are identical between Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I think they might be differing a little bit to the non-Ultra games. Because most of the locations honestly do be quite drastically different. Drastically, I mean that there is either one extra Pokemon on one game compared to the other, you know, the extreme kind of difference. The very extreme kind indeed. Yeah, I might be slowing down a little bit from here on out in... I don't know. Do I want to? Decisions. The thing is that I either need to be very slow on Ultra Moon or very fast in Ultra Sun. Alola anyways. Brooklet Hill. Place. It's very fast to be doing encounters in Sword if I need to be doing them fast indeed. Was just like getting up there. Anyways, we'll be doing a few more encounters in the games indeed, and then we're gonna be getting into the break indeed. Be doing that indeed. Because indeed yet another hour has passed. Every hour about 3 minutes is the break. It do be indeed. I'll try to do one more encounter in Ultra Sun. Then I leave that there. To maybe chew in Sword. Potentially stare. It's seeming a little bit unlikely. For both games. To be hitting the amount that I wanted to. Leave it there then. Continuing after the break is done indeed. getting going soon. Let's get going then. And away from you indeed. Yeah, I've decided I'm gonna be doing 50 more for the mask. If, you know, nothing changes before, you know, I go over the limit. And I was kind of thinking that I'm gonna be taking the rubber band off once I hit 90 in Ultrasun, so we'll be most likely be getting a little bit of slower encounters. Because I'm expecting that I'm gonna be doing like... I'll be doing like 2 encounters per 10 on the other game. Hoping that that could be indeed a thing. But see, we'll see. Another 50, so maybe like half an hour max. Half an hour in max, I would like to say. It doesn't take that long indeed. I was just about to be able to dodge that Dr. Rio there. There we go. Nice indeed. There is 2 Dr. Rios in there, that is mean of you, game, to be doing that. And of course, as usual, since I can be encountering the target as my last encounter with the mask, I'll be doing it indeed. Once of course we get to there, so around like when there is 3 left to be checked, then usually at that point I'll be finding the target and then encounter other things before I encounter the target indeed. You know, that gives a little bit of wiggle room. That gives a little bit of wiggle room so I can be encountering boosted ones if there is any. Rubber band is off indeed. So yeah, I'll be slowing down a little bit on Ultrasun, so I don't need to be taking that big of breaks. Hopefully. Usually when I try this, I get bunch more encounters as I normally do. But that's normal, right? As I said, once you don't want something, you get it. Once you do want it, you don't get it. I guess. Fun. It do be what it do be, of course. But that was pretty good. As I said, around 2 per every 10 would be the optimal way to be going. It seems to be going quite nicely so far. I was about to say I would like to be getting out of here though and be getting a place that there would be more than one that I encounter. Thanks. appreciated game. It's a little too soon there, buddy. Indeed, as I said plenty of times, and I'll be saying once, you know, I'll be actually stopping as well that, as it is usually the case, we'll be doing Dynamax Adventures over the weekend, and if nothing changes, then it's gonna be starting tomorrow indeed. Usually 2 times a week, so either Saturday or Sunday will be it. As I said, I don't really know yet, but we'll see. If can do, then I might be doing both days, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Discord is indeed, as always, the place that you'll be knowing for sure when I do be streaming, because about 10 minutes before I start streaming for the day, I'll be putting a message out in there indeed. Also, we'll be telling what will be done that day as well. It might be changing, of course. If, you know, be getting the thing that I'm going for, then, you know, most likely will be moved to a new hunt. Only exception is really that if it's at the very end of the stream, then might be not starting a new hunt, but most of the time I like to be doing at least 100 encounters to a new hunt. It's, you know, nice to be starting the next stream for that with a little bit of work done already, even though in actuality it doesn't make any difference, but you know, it's nice. It's very nice indeed. Is there only this single area mask that I want to be encountering in here? Oh no. It's such a pain to be getting out of here. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. It's not too ideal, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure the other one is Duck Trio as well. Yeah. Even more Duck Trios. Let's try to sneak out of here. There we go. Getting away from those million Duck Trios there indeed. It's another dog trio. Why are you giving me so many of them? I don't want to see it that much. Can be there every once in a while, you know, but not all the time. Hello, cat. How are you doing? Cat is being terrified about a keyboard that has been on the bed for past few days because it was the keyboard that I used for a little while since my keyboard was broken. Terrifying, it's still there. Ooh, hello. Another boosted one, you love to say that. Oh, hello. I'll do a few more encounters, then I start moving again on Ultra Sun. So indeed not getting as slow as encounters as I would be hoping it to be getting. It's not that big of a deal indeed. You know, it's maybe a good time that Lapras, you know, gets a little bit of a break as well, not, you know, going all the time in circles. Be a little bit better for Lapras indeed. I'll start moving there again. For a little bit at least. Hoping that not an immediate encounter indeed. Which seems to be the case. If I could be encountering another thing on Sword before I get an encounter there, I would absolutely love that. Thank you. Appreciate Ultra Sun you being nice to me. Oh, Duck Trio. Oh, Hippo. Why is it the male kind? Why not the female one? No. You're wasting time. How does it feel like doing a weather and then immediately getting rid of it? How does it feel like? It could be the female one at least. The games, they don't like to be giving me female hippos. They really don't. I don't know why. It's always male hippos. Legends Arceus, so many shiny male hippos that I don't want. Because I like the female one better. Especially when it's fully evolved. Love that. Very nice shade of green indeed. Also, seems like camera is not gonna be doing anything today. It's nice. I don't know still what was going on Monday. It's just all of a sudden decided that it's gonna be off indeed. I mean, it fixed itself, so I don't really care, you know. As I said, if things fix themselves, I don't really care if they're broken for a little bit. Thankfully, so far it has been the case that I've been able to notice that the camera cuts off before a shiny appears, so nice. But unfortunately, that's one of those things that it's kind of hard to avoid, because if it happens, it happens. I can't really be doing too much to it. Where is the helium tile? There it is. I knew that there was one. Who's that? Run away from there, but gonna be waiting a few more encounters than I do. Second last encounter in the sun, and then most likely wait a little bit and do then the very last one as well. For today at least. Most likely there will be more done. Hello! Lemon Juice Tracker, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Are you okay, cat? Everything seems off. Fair enough, fair enough. Hope the interview goes well then. Yeah. I'm about to be done for the day indeed. Nice 5.5 hours. Once again, spend on these hunts. Probably shouldn't be encountering DSE masks, but anyways. So in the case that I would need to be searching for the last one, it doesn't take too long, but Axe you. Hello. I mean, there wasn't really anything else to be encountering. There's a Doc Trio, and as I said, I didn't really care for it. Unfortunately. Let's see, will this day as well... will this day as well be including, right before the end, a few random encounters on Sword? Because if this one is Yamask, then I would have been doing random encounters instead. If this, after this one there isn't the boosted one or Yamask, I'm gonna be going ahead and looking for Yamask then. Only two exceptions indeed. Yeah. Well, there is a Yamask. Random encounters it is then. Nice to ranch. Well, then I'm gonna try to be getting the last encounter on the other game as well. I'm, by the way, really hoping that I can be avoiding the Duck Trio so I can be doing the Yamask as the final encounter. It's a little bit risky being this far away, but can always be safe and like go here. Now I should be quite safe. There we go. No Yamask. And no whoever you are. Question mark? No, Surskid. But pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed. Another 800 checks done in for Yamask, and is it 525 then? Or something like that. Quite a good amount in Rooklet Hill, honestly. Not too bad. But yep, indeed, tomorrow is indeed Dynamics Adventures for Lunala. Since it is target indeed, so joining indeed then if you want to be helping, always help is appreciated indeed. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day, remember to take care of yourselves, remember to do everything you need to do today, and get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed, most likely tomorrow. Until then, bye!